Hello. Hello. Bonjour. Bonsoir. Okay. Hello. Merci. Is that another way to say hello? Gracias. Swadika. Swadipa. Whatever, that's another one. So, hello. Welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep with the dog in the background. I can do nothing about the dog in the background. And if I waited for the dog not to be in the background, I wouldn't be able to make any recordings. So, sorry about that. I'll tell you right at the beginning, there's a dog in the background. So you can decide whether or not to listen any further. So this is Let Me Bore You to Sleep. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. And today is Thursday the 13th of August 2026. What else? I don't know. I'm hearing others shouting in the background. I was hearing shouting last night. Thing is, sometimes I don't know if it's a television, not my television. I'd know if it was my television because, well, if I heard shouting and it like coincided with what was going on in the television, then I'd know it was my television, wouldn't I? Although there have been times when I've been watching something, like a movie or a YouTube video, and I hear something and I think, was that coming from outside or was that on the video? On the YouTube video. So I keep rewinding and listening to it. And I realised two things. First of all, it wasn't outside, it was on the video. And the next thing I realised is, why have I just wasted half an hour trying to find out whether or not it was on the video or outside? What's it matter? And then I think, well, yeah, but if it was outside, it was a helicopter, so, I'd be interested to know if it was outside or if it was just in the war movie that I was watching. And all the rockets and stuff like that. Yeah, so I guess, I want to know if that's going outside my window. I'd like, it's like, so I'm playing a movie and there's explosions and I'm like, I've got to stop it. Like, no, there's nothing going on out there. Maybe it was the movie. I'm a bit like that when I listen to concerts on YouTube. I got to stop and think, that's not Michael Jackson in the garden singing, is it? I'll turn the video back on. I know it is. It's the YouTube video of him on tour. Well, back in the old days. Hello, Vinny. Vinny just came in, had a little lick on my leg. I realised that my leg, budgies have those shells, there's like fish shells or something that they scrape their noses on. Well, my leg is like that for Vinny. Or do they have salt things that they lick? I've not had a budgie for a long time. I'm not allowed budgies. I did have a budgie when I was about 14, and after what happened, I banned myself from ever having one again. It's it's a long story. I won't tell you about it. I have talked about it in the past, but it was not my finest moment. And it's nothing weird, you know. I didn't get it pregnant and then just left it to deal with the babies on our own. No, that's weird. Where did that come from? Nothing like that. Oh, I woke up this morning. I'm going to talk about yesterday because I went to the doctor's yesterday. So I thought I'd tell you about my adventure going outside. But throughout yesterday, I needed the toilet a couple of times, and I sat down and nothing happened, you know. And I'm used to parts of my body perhaps not quite being quite as efficient as I used to be, which is fine. But I'm like, why is my tum-tum telling me it's time to, chuck out the trash, as it were? But then when I get to the trash heap, there's no trash. No trash appears. It's like I've gone all the way to the dump to get rid of my rubbish, and I've forgotten to take the rubbish with me. Oh, I've got to go all the way home again. Now, I didn't really think anything of it. It's this just happens sometimes. Eventually, the body does what it does, and it's fine. Or so I thought. Now, I put my milk in the microwave. This is this morning. I boiled the kettle, put a tea bag in a cup. I say a cup, the only cup I've got. It's a mug. It's not a big mug though. It's blue or green. Can't tell the difference. It's either blue or green. That's why my career as an electrician didn't go very, very well. It's either blue, I think it's blue, and it's not big. It's not a cup. You know those tiny little cups? What is the point? But you can't even get your fingers in them, can you? Not in the cup. Of course you can get them in the cup, but the handle, I mean. There's no point having a handle if you can't put your fingers in it, through it. It's like they're built for little kids, aren't they? Like I'm talking babies, the tiny little handles. And you can't drink hot tea without holding a handle because it's burny. It's ooh. So I don't really see the point in that. Those little cups, although I used to have some. But it was a case of that's all I had. I didn't have any big mugs. So I was using those, and I had about 6 of them, and they'd all, be stacked up in the bath waiting to be washed. And I did that. I used to do that. I had so many dishes and plates and stuff that I'd have to soak them in the bath because there'd be no room in the sink. Just ran out of room in the kitchen. I struggled to get inside the building because of all the cutlery and what do you call it? What do you call plates? They're not cutlery, are they? Oh, cutlery. I've no cutlery's knives and forks, isn't it? So what's dishes? Don't say dishes. What's I suppose porcelain? Plates and bowls and cups. Dishes, I suppose. Well, anyway, I got a blue or green one over there, and it's probably, just thinking of a measurement, what it is, how high it is. I haven't got a tape measure, but I'll measure it. I'll compare it to. Okay, so that's got to be. It's got to be at least 50 inches high, and so it's all right. And I put my tea bag rather, into the cup and poured the water. Have you ever poured cold water from a kettle into a cup with a tea bag by accident? I mean, why would you do it on purpose? I just love the taste of cold tea bags. It's like, how can I forget to boil the kettle? How can I forget to press the button down when it's something I do every single day? It's like going into the bathroom and sitting on the sink instead of the toilet by accident. No. I mean, the sink wouldn't hold my weight anyway. The toilet struggles, it groans. But that's another. It's rude though, isn't it? See the doggy? I think there might be 2 dogs out there. I'm not gonna let it bother me. But it's quite weird because sometimes it does get calm. And other times it doesn't. Like Vinny, he barks. He's louder. He's way louder than that dog. Vinny screams if anyone's at the door or comes near the front door. But his is with excitement. I mean, that dog might be excitement. I've actually met the dog. It's a very, very lovely dog. Shagged my leg for about an hour once. Really cute dog. You know, you've got to be real where real's needed. It's a lovely dog. It's just very, very barky. Vinny is annoying. Vinny's not nice at all. Vinny doesn't like me. That dog prefers me, likes me better than Vinny does. Vinny tolerates me. I left him alone yesterday for about a couple of hours, and he howled for 10 minutes, I think. Howled, and I recorded it because how else would I know? Obviously, I recorded it, and I did post it. I think I posted it on Facebook just for fun. I decided I'm going to use Facebook for fun now, instead of trying to build a career. The dog's got louder now. Where is it? Are they waving it underneath my window? Pushing it up? It's like a triangle of people all on each other's shoulders, holding a dog so it can get closer to my window. I posted on... I don't think anyone even noticed. No one commented. No one... I don't think even registered that I did a little audio, Vinny howling, 10 minutes of howling pleasure. But I don't think anybody's actually listened to it. Let's have a look. See if it's got any view edit history. Right, let's have a look. I thought there'd be something that'd tell me roughly how many times it's been viewed, but it don't. Oh, wonder why that is. Very, very unusual. No, it's not giving me any information. Slow down comments. Slow down comments. I've never had to slow down comments on anything I've ever done. I don't think I've ever had more than about 14 comments on any one post I've ever made in 100 years. Slow down comment. As it actually gives you the option. Slow down, everyone. It's my birthday in 13 days. Dun, dun, dun. It is my birthday on the 26th of August. It's now the 13th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, because 13 take away from 26 is 13. It's double the amount, isn't it? It's very easy, isn't it? Didn't have to count them, did you? No. Didn't have to, but I chose to. Sometimes things are worth doing thoroughly. Thoroughly. Oh, why is it not telling me anyone has actually watched? That's a shame. Oh, maybe. Settings? Nope. I wonder. There might be a way. Featured. Media. Files. There's no file. I can upload files, can I? Oh, I didn't know that. According to this, it's not even... Oh, videos. It's not even registering as a video. How strange. Because it is a video. It's not a video, it's an audio, but I turned it into a video. I didn't realise I had stuff on here. Got a few pictures of me. I guess videos of me doing bits and bobs. Videos of Vinny. Looks like a video of a beach. Oh, no, it wasn't me. Someone else. Video of me in a hat. A blue hat. What am I doing there? Oh, this is when I was outside the doctor's surgery. 6th of July. Why was I in a doctor's surgery on the 6th of July? Anybody? That must have been when I went and had my blood test. The last time I had a blood test. And yesterday was the second time. Because there was inconclusivity. Oh, I'm wearing my green fluorescent frog shoes. Yeah, it was basically my sugar levels were a bit high, I think, and my cholesterol. So that's why they got me another blood test yesterday. I was talking about... What was I talking about? I was talking about something... A dog. Oh yeah, the dog over the thing. Oh well. So, oh yeah. I was still going to the toilet. Well, basically, I put the milk in the microwave. Because I have ready break every morning with dried fruit on top and a cup of tea. That's my early morning breakfast. And usually, here's how the routine goes. So I get out of bed. I'm lying in bed first. Like before I get out, I'm in bed. I suppose I have to be, don't I? And I pull the covers over, or I push the covers away from me. And I'm always near the wall. That's what side of the bed I sleep. And the bed is against the wall. So if I want to face the wall, I turn onto my left side. If I want to face the other, well, I suppose I'm still facing the wall, but it's the other wall, but it's not right next to me. So I turn on my right. And next to my bed, I've got a brown set of drawers. And on top of the set of drawers, I would put my bottle of water and my phone, where I would be listening to music or radio or whatever. Actually, it's more that something for Vinny to listen to. Otherwise, yeah, I prefer to have silence personally, but he's just listening all the time. After a few hours, I can turn it off and he's okay, but, you know, not for a while. He has to be really, really... Well, I think it just has to be a point in the night when the likelihood of anything happening, sort of anyone going in the garden or anyone coming up and down the stairs or anyone knocking on the door, is unlikely to happen because of the time. So he kind of settles down. But if we have an early night, so let's say if I go to bed at 8 or 7 or even 6, sometimes I go to bed at 6, not often but occasionally, I decide to pull curtains on the day, like, okay, am I gonna go sleep? That seems like a good idea. And, you know, I can't do that without having something playing because of Vinny, because he is listening. And there's still activity in the building because it's still early. So a normal thing is I push the covers over. I then lift my legs and manoeuvre myself so my legs move over Vinny, because he's normally either at the bottom of the bed or in the middle. He's rarely right up close to me. He does get like that sometimes in the middle of the night, but, you know, I don't want to squash him, usually. So I get up and put my legs to the floor, my feet to the floor anyway. And with the help of my hand, I grab onto the headboard of my right hand to manoeuvre myself. And then I suppose the first thing I do is look at the clock, or look at the phone to see what time it is. Then I'll have a drink of water from the bowl of water. That's on the, you know, the one that's on the what's it, set of drawers. I mean, I could go into the living room and open a fresh bottle, but I might as well open the one that's closest to me, or, you know, drink from that one. Unless, like this morning, that one was run out, so I did have to go and get a new bottle and open it. But sometimes there's still, you know, there's water left. And then I get up, or I stand up, I put my pink Crocs on. They're right by the bed, so I kind of get my feet into them. Then I stand up. Then it's usually dark inside, you know, I mean, well, okay, it's not always dark. You know, it depends what time it is. If I can see Vinny, I'll have a little look to see if he's all right. And then sometimes what I'll do is I'll push the bedclothes over him because he likes that. Well, not so much when it's really hot, but it's not normally hot when I get out of bed, unless I've left the heating on. Do you know I got a phone call the other day from the council asking me whether or not I was satisfied with the central heating? And I said, I don't know. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, I haven't tested it yet. He said, no. I mean, are you satisfied with the radiators that were put in? I said, I'll just answer the same. I don't know because I've not tested them. I don't know if they work. And he said, no, it's not really about whether they work or not. It's about if you're satisfied with the workmanship and you're treated with respect and the people that came into your flat were nice and friendly and all that stuff. I said, yeah, all that's true. Everything was good, but I feel a bit weird that you're just dismissing the importance of the radiators actually working. And he said, yeah, but it's summer. You wouldn't have them on, would you? No, you know, turn the radiators on when it's 34 degrees outside. I said no. But I'd have thought maybe the people that put the radiators in would want to test the radiators. You know, briefly. I'm not talking about leaving the heating on for 6 hours, but just turning the heating on briefly just to test each radiator to see if it actually does warm up. But they didn't. Oh. Maybe it's because it was the hottest day of the year when they were putting them in. I said, well, yeah, that it's. I understand where you're coming from because yeah, it was a hot day. I personally wasn't looking forward to the heating being turned on because when there's no one around, I do tend to kind of walk around sometimes half nude. But I can't do that if you've got people coming and going out of the flat. You know, people that I don't know. He said, what do you mean by half nude? I said, well, topless, just so my top's off. He said, why didn't you just say topless then? I said, because I don't have breasts. He said, you don't have to have breasts to go topless. And I thought about it. It's true, isn't it? It's like, for some reason, I was stuck in this idea that, because, there's certain things you can't do in public, and for some reason, females are not allowed to be topless in public in this country, generally. And men are, and it's very unfair. And I've been trying to get people together to do like a demonstration all through London and maybe all the way to the House of Parliament to demonstrate about that for equality, so that women, in fact, to make it not just optional, to make it compulsory, go a bit further, because I thought that'd make people happier if they had to be topless. I misjudged that one, I'll be honest. I misjudged that one. But, my heart was in the right place. Mind you, I'm not sure, because after speaking to the doctor, I don't know if it is. but because, equality is important. And he said, are you sure you just don't want to see women walking around with their boobies out? And I said, excuse me? How dare you insinuate that I like boobies? I am a man of faith. I am a man of respect. I can't even tell the difference between a man and a woman when they're topless. I don't see titties. All I see is a human shape to be admired and to be respected. A human body that's there for a purpose, not just for visual and sensual gratification from people like you. And he said, so are you happy with the radiators then? Were the people okay? I said, yeah, it's all right. He said, okay. Any problems, just contact the company, basically. And I said, why wouldn't I contact the council? That's what I've always done in the past when the radiators are broken and stuff. He said, no. We have a warranty with the company for a year. So if the radiators break down within a year, if they don't work properly, contact them and they will come out and fix them. And I said, isn't that really your responsibility, though, as the landlord, to be dealing with these companies instead of leaving it up to me, who, to be honest, sometimes I do struggle with those kinds of things, and as my doctor did write down, I am severely mentally impaired. So how do you expect me to remember stuff like that? And he said, you remember things that happened when you were 14 in the Sea Cadets or doing karate. You remember houses that you lived in, or 50 or whatever them. You've got all these memories that you've been logging down, that you've been talking about for years and years and years. Obscure stuff that no one in their right mind would remember. They wouldn't remember. They wouldn't want to remember it. But you do. You got all this stuff that's in your memory, and you're telling me you can't remember to call up a particular company that came round and fitted your radiators if for whatever reason they don't work. I said, so you listen to my podcast, do you? He said, yeah. I said, oh, brilliant. It's great to meet a new fan. He said, I'm not a fan. I said, what do you mean? He said, I don't like what you do. I said, well, why'd you listen then? He said, well, I had a problem. You know, some people are too angry. I said, yeah. Well, I'm too nice. I'm too friendly, too happy. And sometimes the only way for me to get hold of those feelings that I'm suppressing is by listening to something that winds me up and annoys me. So that's when I listen to you. It's very therapeutic. Some would say even cathartic. Some would say even means the same thing, but you know. I said, no, it's a different word. Go on then, what's the difference between cathartic and therapeutic? Oh, okay. See? But if I tell you, you're just going to say, oh, that's you remembering things. If you remember that, why don't you remember to call up the correct place for your radiators if they break down. He said, no, I won't. I'm genuinely interested whether or not you know the difference between catharsis and therapeutic. I said, yeah, okay. Well, catharsis is part of the healing process, the emotional healing process, and therapeutic is it's part of the healing process emotionally. So go on, what's the difference? You just told me what the similarities are. What's the difference? Because you told me they're not the same. Or you told me they are the same. I'm not sure now because I'm getting muddled up which one of us is talking. I said, yeah, that does happen. The longer this goes on, these conversations go on, it gets more and more confusing. I forget who's talking. And sometimes I take on the personality of the person and what I'm saying doesn't make any sense because I'm skipping around so much. And he said, yeah, but isn't that that's part of the podcast though, isn't it? Is to just be a little bit muddled and perhaps hard to follow, to the point where those that do want to follow it can maybe enjoy it, but those that don't want to follow it can try and follow it and just drift off, because it's very, very difficult to try and trace back what one thing means and what you're referring to. So in 10 minutes time, what you're referring to back 10 minutes ago, and who's referring to what. And I said, yeah, exactly. I don't always know, because I don't plan what I'm going to say. He says, really? I said, yeah, don't plan it, don't write it down. I never know what I'm going to say. I'm an ad-libber, a fibber, ad-libber. Just say whatever comes into my mind. And he said, so you're telling me that what you think about is this is what's in your mind, this pointless conversation between you and a member of the council who, bless him, was only phoning up to ask if the radiators were, installed to your satisfaction. And I said, you're talking about yourself in the third person now. And he said, yeah, I forgot. It's very difficult to remember who's talking. I said, why? He said, because we've both got the same voice. And I just I did laugh, yeah, it's true. I mean, how do you follow something when both the voices are the same? But you know why both voices are the same? And he said, no, why? I said, because it's my voice, isn't it? And he said, yeah, I know it's you, but if you want to have a two-way conversation between yourself and a fictional character, then you need to have a different voice for the fictional character so that people are able to follow what's being said. Otherwise, it just makes it very, very, very difficult to follow, to concentrate. I said, yeah, but it's not really about following or concentrating though, is it? He said, what is it then? I said, it's about sleep. It's about relaxing. it's about realising that you don't need to follow pointless jibber jabber the way maybe we kind of are forced to in real day-to-day life. Maybe at work, having to listen to a colleague or a boss yabbering on and having to pretend to be interested in what they're saying. At least with me, you don't have to pretend to be interested. You can let all those words just wash over you and relax. And perhaps do what you want to do, what you like to do, maybe at home with your partner or with your kids, or when you're out or when you're at work. When someone's just going on and on about something you're not interested in, because you can't just lay down, close your eyes and go to sleep when someone's talking at you, trying to engage you into a conversation that you don't want to have. In real life, you can't necessarily do that, especially in the middle of a supermarket. But here, when you're at home, when you're on the sofa or on a bed, wherever you get comfortable, you can just close your eyes and kind of ignore me. Well, what's the point in listening to you then if people are going to ignore you? They might as well just not listen in the first place. I hadn't actually thought of that. So what you're saying is the best recording I could do is to not make a recording. So the best way for people to sleep is to not listen to me. Is that what you're saying? Well, no, I'm not saying it like that, because that comes across a bit rude, considering all the work you put in over the last 20 years. I said, how did you know all that? He said, well, I'm you, aren't I? You know, as you said, you're doing both voices, and I think you began to realise that you were almost encouraging people to stop listening. So I thought I'd better intervene before you started to offer people money to stop listening to your recordings. I said, no, that won't happen, but I do see where you're coming from. I'm a little bit of a self-sabotager. He said, okay, what does that mean then? I said, you know what sabotager is? He said, yeah, I do. But do you? Of course I know what it means. I am the living embodiment of self-sabotage. Seriously, ask Sebastian, my little German friend. He'll tell you. He's observed me sabotaging myself for the last 15 years probably. But I don't mean to, you know. But, you know, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Oh, that's good. What else are you working on? Oh, funny you say that. I've actually started doing doggy impressions. Do you like them? Woof, 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 woof. Woof, woof. Oh, Viddy's making some weird noises now. So, yeah, I started working on my book and stuff. Well, what's the book going to be about? It's going to be about me. Oh. Can I ask you a question? I said, yeah, go on then. He said, are you happy with the radiators? Can I put down a yes or a no for that? I said, yeah, I'm fine with that. He said, well, thank you, bye. was like, okay, a bit rude. I mean, could have been friendlier. That dog's almost like a caricature of a barking dog, isn't it? It really literally sounds like it's going woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof. Woof woof. So I'm sitting on a toilet and nothing's happening. So I put the milk in the microwave, the hot water into the cup or my blue or green mug with a tea bag in. The milk is in the microwave for 2.5 minutes. Normally what I do then is I brush my teeth, I do a wee-wee. I've got these face wipes that I use, Nivea or whatever they are, to, make myself beautiful. And then I admire myself in the mirror, like everyone does. And then that's it. But today I thought, I need a toilet. I proper need a toilet. And this is after I'd done a wee-wee. It's like, I've wasted time standing there doing that. I could have done it all at the same time. But I'm sitting there and nothing's happening. Like there's a blockage of some kind. I know there's a technical word for it, but I'm not going to use that. I was constipated. I don't know, but it was weird though, because I eat quite a lot of I don't know, grains and stuff, which is supposed to be good, and also drink a lot of water. Although the nurse yesterday did ask me, do you drink enough water? And I said, yeah, all I do is drink water. And she looked at me and she said, that's not true, is it? I said, what do you mean? She said, that's not all you do, is it? You do other things. You're not just at home drinking water all day, because that would actually be harmful for you. It sounds like it may be an untruth, an exaggeration. Like, I didn't say I was sitting there all day drinking water, but I do drink water all the time. Like, it's an expression, isn't it? There's people in the garden now talking. Right, I better stop. It's too noisy out there. But it's only 9 o'clock. Why are they making so much noise? So I'm sitting there, and this is like, what do you do? There's only so much like you can do. There's not many options. It's not like a game of chess where you can really, I mean, there's lots of options of a game of chess. The less you know about playing chess, the more options there are, I would say. Because you can just basically move anything. And, yeah, you lose a game, but you just move stuff. So really, I think I was in a perspective of being a master chess player, which meant I didn't have many moves to choose from in order to win the game. Maybe that should be the name of my book. Constipation's very much like a game of chess. Can you hear that in the garden? That's someone just talking. That's their normal talking volume. See, Vinny's pretty good. He used to respond to the other dog, and he used to respond to the old bag. He used to respond to the neighbours as well, but he doesn't. Although he does get excited if. So he loves everybody in this building. So and also 2 of the neighbours have got cats. They've got 3 cats each, and he loves cats. He gets excited on a level that I can't really register. And so, and his favourite person in the whole building is my neighbour downstairs. He loves her. Like, he screams. When she comes up here, he's all over her. He's literally screaming with delight. And so she's outside putting the laundry out or whatever. He will bark. Or he'll whimper. Or if the other neighbour with the cats goes out there, he might bark. But he doesn't bark at over the fence people. Unless there's like 2 dogs going at it, then he will bark. Or if he hears shouting that sounds maybe less than friendly between the humans, he might also bark. Because I think he just feels protective towards people. Either that, he just wants to annoy me. It's one of them. And yes, I'm not quite sure what's going on out there, but I'm going to bring this recording to an end. Anyway, in the end, everything was fine. I just need to go on Amazon and find out how much it costs to get some toilet blocker, or unblocker rather. So I need to unblock the toilet. I don't know how it got blocked. Someone must have come in here and used it when I wasn't looking. So I'll do that, and I'll take Vinrin out for a walk. Did his ears prick up when I said that? No. So I've not even really mentioned what happened yesterday, so maybe there will be a part 2 to this recording where I mention yesterday's visit for my blood test, and because that was a whole adventure in its own right, kind of very boring, but still for me it's an adventure. Because there was one point I was standing outside the doctor's surgery waiting for a taxi home, thinking I quite like being outside, like away from home, away from him. It was a degree of freedom. Just, I don't know how to explain it. It felt quite nice. Just to not have to think about anyone else. Because he's a little bit needy, old Vinny. And I can't take him out, really. Because he's not allowed in most shops. This part of me just wanted to just run and just let's get out of here. Let's go to Belgium and just keep going, But I don't have a passport. Now, that's not the reason I didn't do it, but 30 years ago I would have done. I'm not saying I'd have left Vinny, but 30 years ago I didn't have the responsibility to take care of a dog or any animal or any human or anything. Or myself, really. But I could so do with a holiday. just, somewhere else, not in this country, just to get away for a week or something, 10 days. Oh, that'd be nice. So nice. So, I'm gonna go now. And I will tell you another time about my adventure at the doctor's. I wonder how long it would take for them to get the results back. I could probably go onto the yeah, there's an app. I could go onto the NHS website app on my phone and search, because it was yesterday morning. I don't know. No, they might have them back. Who knows? Because they're only sort of checking for a couple of things. So I'm going to go. Thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. Be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice. Maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized, really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation So this allows you to breathe easier, without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down, because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body, dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax so very deeply. deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper. And deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply. There's a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. very slow. Your stomach, peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go. Even more. Peaceful. enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose, noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. drifting, drifting, peaceful energy. Peace to breathe, so much easier. Loose, you may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful, moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace, blissful peace. Drifting, total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind, relaxed body, so relaxed, so relaxed, your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax, let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body, and your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. and things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks. And all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So, so calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. a sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose. Your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. muscles and your shins completely. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm, so peaceful, so calm. So peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so relaxing, peaceful, so calm. Allowing that deep relaxation to spread to your chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. $19. $18. $17. $16. $15. 14. 13. 12. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try it again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip and then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can add that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. And I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff is inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with. The idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible, absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3.2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number. starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say, and everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before, as you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm, with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 19. 18. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down, to give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words, and as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases, which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything, every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also what will happen. Because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission Because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so deeply. As we start to focus on your eyes, moving down to your jaw, down to your neck, your shoulders, arms, hands, fingers, your chest, your stomach, your back, your spine, your hips, your legs, your feet, your toes, and that feeling of healing spreading and growing inside your body, filling you up. Now, let's focus again on parts of your body. focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focusing on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session. So none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now, this is a very trusting situation, really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. As I massage the sides of your neck, gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now as we move down your arms, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand, just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate.